We always do, and zoom out. Take a peek here at the monthly. You can see on the monthly, really relatively no change. The settle yesterday, 42.15. Like we're trading about 10 handles below, well, about 20 handles below that now. We have our support resistance flip zone, that 42.01 quarter, right? That's kind of the level that I'm looking for the market really to stay above, to maintain its bullishness or maintain kind of its continuation to the upside. Morning, John. And that's what we'll be looking for the market to kind of reclaim today, if it is going to be able to, continue this upside momentum. But relatively no change here on the monthly. So let's switch to the weekly. You can see the weekly, right? We're just getting kind of this very narrow range. We're still above the two previous weeks range, or in the higher section of the previous 2 weeks range. And then also, this big larger weekly balance that we have down here, right? We're still, kind of trading right there above it so far on the weekly as of the close yesterday. So we're still looking at that kind of breakout on the weekly basis and a monthly basis. On the daily here, you can see this is like a holiday, so we're going to just kind of, ignore that day. It actually printed really weird. It has a really weird print on the inside. See? Not much we can really do about that. It's just the way that the program prints it. But you can see here's that large balance that we're talking about, right? On the weekly basis, you can see it broken down on the daily basis. We had a little peak above, it failed, came back into balance, and then has since pushed back up to the high. We had kind of a retest of the high yesterday, right? We could really draw this high closer, I think, to this like 41.75 level, right? That's kind of, you can see a lot of similar highs right there, that 41.75. So even if we do get a little peek back down below, which we are, or we have had, we can, we can still kind of assume that, it's not it's not necessarily going to be trading all the way back down to the center. On the daily, we are one time framing higher. Like I said, we're going to ignore this holiday, so we're one time framing higher for 4 days in a row. A cessation of that one time framing would be the 41.65 half, and that would be kind of the key level that we want to be paying attention to. A break of that would indicate some sort of change that is happening, and we definitely just want to be aware of that. But for the most part, we're still trying to play these balance rules. We still have a break of the high of a rather large balance. So the first thing we do is we monitor for continuation. So we'll be looking for buyers stepping up here, and looking for that continuation. And then if we do not get it, then we'll be looking for a return back into balance. And for me, that means a return back to that 37.75, which we've seen be a very well visited level. And that's what we've been calling the equilibrium. On the profile, just a little review of yesterday. We were one time framing down for most of the day. Finally ran into a buyer, put in some good excess, and traded back to the mean, and then pretty much closed right at the center with relatively, decent excess on the low, decent excess on the high, and a relatively balanced profile. Still kind of representing this B shape, so indicating a little bit of liquidation. And then we've got the settle at 42.15. So far in the Globex session, we've got inventory 100% net short. And so the first thing that we want to do is look at the point of control, which is rather wide, and a rather wide Globex point of control typically has better odds of being revisited. You can see we are on a little bit of a gap here. Like I said, we're about 20 handles below the settle, so we're probably going to be looking at a fairly negative tick and a fairly negative breath to start the session. There was a little bit of news in the overnight trading, right, that kind of brought the market down. A little bit of debt stuff, a little bit of just like a little bit of news in the stocks, and then like the rise of inflation, and then the rate cuts and things like that. So a little bit of pressure coming into the equities market, which puts pressures on the indexes. So we definitely need to be cognizant of that leading into today. So first thing we're really looking at, as we're trading down into these single prints, is are the buyers going to be showing up? We're seeing a little bit of tapering here to start this Globex session, but are we going to get a reaction from some of these buyers? We do have some economic data today, right? We've got Chicago PMI 945. We got the jolts at the top of the hour at 10 o'clock. And then we have some FOMC speakers at 12:30 and 1:30, and then we have the beige book at 2 p.m. this afternoon. So there should be some decent volatility probably coming in the market as the day goes on. That JOLTS job report is really going to be what I'm kind of keying in on as far as the report that's going to be um, more or less significantly affecting the movement of today's action. Um, so coming into the open here in about 10 minutes, what we want to look for, if we don't get a quick reaction of overnight inventory, we'll be looking to see if buyers are going to be showing up inside of these single prints from Friday, right? And that also correlates with what we talked about yesterday inside the day, where we saw leveraged funds add a bunch of short inventory according to the hot report. And so as we come in here, we kind of expect some short covering, right? And that could be sparked, but with some new money buying, and then we'll be looking for that retest of that 4205. If the market's able to kind of reclaim that 4205, then we'll be looking to target that settle. If it's unable to reclaim that 4205 and then we slip back below 4200, we'll be looking most likely to kind of fill these single prints, and then the market may need to range in here to just build some volume. You can see we've built some volume overhead here, right? Kind of see this distribution here. There's another little distribution here, but it's much lighter until we get to this volume nodule, high volume nodule here at 4170. So below that 4200 is really not where the market wants to stay. If it does stay below that 4200, I'm kind of expecting maybe a test of that 4170. That's pretty much what I'll be looking. 4205, not 4215. What do you mean? Like where it needs to stay above? The reason I'm thinking 4205 is where it needs to stay above is one, because it's that Globex point of control, and you can kind of see the ledge. So it looks like either no buying or some absorption from sellers kind of holding this position down. So if it stays above here, most likely start to get shorts cover from higher, and that'll bring us up here. The reason I'm looking at that 4205 also is because we've got this low volume node basically sitting at 4200, and so if we're looking for acceptance in this upper distribution of volume, the first sign of acceptance is really above this first high volume nodule, and that's 4205. Failure to get above that kind of brings us back down to that 4200, and then it's just basically a reaction, something that you have to kind of decide on the spot. There's not really going to be can't really kind of preset for that. much as that would be convenient. So far, it looks like Nvidia trading a little bit lower here. Um, Nvidia never closed the gap yesterday, so it still has a gap open below down 3091.95. We'll kind of see if it trades down there today, if it's able to get anything going. We'll kind of have to wait and see. Apple basically just trading sideways. Apple did not close its gap either yesterday, right? And so like this is kind of what I'm thinking, like just because like the market's trying to signal a little bit of weakness, but not necessarily showing it in the bigger sectors. So we really want to be cognizant of that and make sure that we don't get too short-sighted. I think a lot of people are getting short-sighted, especially after yesterday, and they'll be looking to kind of hammer the market lower. Not that it can't go lower, and it definitely might. Remember, we're going to be most likely opening up on a gap lower here, so gap rules will be in play as well on the daily basis. But we definitely want to be understanding that if the market does start to trade, back above that 4105, then we need to be careful with the short side of the market. But yeah, other than that, that is pretty much it. Check out some of these daily gamma levels real quick. So if I just drag this over real quick, that's not it. On here. There we go. Okay, so we can see here we've got big gamma here at the 41 or 4200 here. Um, and really, I mean, a lot of put gamma here, this 4190 level, but it kind of dies off 4105. Let's go ahead and take a peek at total gamma. And you kind of see that flip there at that 4100 kind of falls off. So yeah, it looks like that 4205 strike is really going to be the key strike for the market to get above if it wants to get any upside. It looks like Yam was kind of limiting the upside up to 42.55 today, which is still a pretty decent move if it does get to the upside. And then to the low side, we've got 41.55. So, and that 41.60 being kind of a last key support. If it breaks below there, we'll probably get some extended downside if it does break below that level. That'll be something we'll have to pay. We've got that previous untouched settle, which was 41.5975. Yeah, no problem, Thomas. Got about 30 seconds until the market opens, guys. All right, there's our open. Some decent offers moving in here early. There's a break of the open. Volume building, so we get that nice pop right here. Let's see if we get back up to that 4,200. And remember, we're looking for that 4,205 here. See, the tick didn't open up that low. The breadth on the NYSE is pretty negative, but the NASDAQ AD and the NYSE AD are not super negative. So nice little pop up there again. Little tap right off that 4,200. You run into some supply there. See it right here. Like a bid stepped up. Tick's climbing above zero here. Pitching a little bit of a bid on Nvidia, Apple, and Microsoft. You actually caught a little bit of a bid on everything right there, the Dow and the NASDAQ as well. So you kind of see them all trying to trade together, run into that offer around the 41.99. I did, yeah. But I'm about to get back in a trade, I think. We hold this 97. Nice. Yeah, I got in right around this. I got 95 quarter, 94.75, and 96.75. Yeah, and then took them pretty much all off right before 4,200. The last one I took off 98.50 on the way back down. So we don't hold that 97. There's a key level. They got stuck right there. Um, Nasdaq's still catching a bid here, but the Dow's definitely getting punished lower here. A lot of volume building here. Remember, we kind of closed the gap and then traded right back below the open. It's like a kind of an opening test drive type of look here, especially if we start breaking the low. It might be a go with situation. A lot of selling coming in down here. Tempo's getting real slow. We've got PMI in 10 minutes, Chicago PMI in 10 minutes. These sellers really don't want to see this thing back up to 95 here. Remember, we're in the single print, so you've got kind of new business and old business kind of battling each other today, or right now at least, as old business is probably short covering, right, buying the positions back, and you've got some momentum sellers after that break back down below the open, looking to kind of sell through. So you've got some kind of counter activity. Like I said, these sellers really don't want to see this thing back above 95. That could cause kind of a little pop back up to where that offer came in at 97. Yeah, see, clock. Offer comes back in 97 there. Another offer comes back in 96. They are trying to sell this thing here, but they're just not getting any ground. You see, look at all these offers kind of forming here on the left side of the DOM, really showing you that they're being aggressive. These sellers are, but they're not getting the downticks that they're looking for. I don't think. There they go. You see, pretty much all of our sector boxes besides tech are red, but tech is holding pretty strongly green here. Weighted AD is going green. Tick's getting above 0. Buyers need to step up here. They've got some shorts trapped below them. This is their kind of chance here to step up. This is their second chance at 97 to kind of step up. If they don't step up, you probably get a liquidation. So they need to step up and get this thing back above that 4,200 right here from this 97. So if you're in a long, right here is kind of like your spot where you're gonna kind of make your kind of decide, like, do I stay or do I go? Do I stay or do I go? Some decent bids stepping up here. We got 4 minutes until the PMI, so might be smart to be a little bit tighter with your stops if you're trailing here. Are you off today, Dad? Oh, okay. Mm. Hey, yeah, yeah. No surprise. You've been doing really good lately. One bad day, I think, is all I've seen in past month or so. Oh, okay. All right. See him. I need a coffee. I'm fucking struggling. We're getting a lot of people mechanically selling yesterday's low, it seems like. And it's also a fairly big psychological level, this 4,200. We also have the VWAP here, so no surprise really that we get a little bit of a struggle fest here. 2 minutes until the PMI. Dollars dropping. That's good. The dollar went on a tear last night, and I think that was partially the reason um, that we had the market kind of bounce up yesterday. Or bounce down overnight, I mean, excuse me. BPOC shifts up to the high. Debt ceiling bill will become law. What does that even mean? Like, we're gonna raise it and that's it. No more raising the debt ceiling. Like, come on. You know, we need to come into law is age limits and term limits. It's crazy to me that there's not term limits on like senators and House representatives. Like, just be in the House of Representatives, like, oh, I just represent the country forever, 40 years. And it's crazy to me that also, like, to be one of those positions, you pretty much have to be a lawyer. Which, if you're representing the people, not everyone's a lawyer, so everyone shouldn't be lawyers. If it's a bunch of lawyers representing a bunch of people that are not lawyers, that doesn't seem very representative. Here we go. Nice little short covering pop here. Just be careful. We just got that Chicago PMI number. The impulse came from about 4,200, about 40.99 actually. We've got a lot more important number coming up in 15 minutes. That JOLTS job report's going to be definitely a little bit more um, reactionary, I think. Nasdaq breath's basically flat. That's what we wanted to see. So right to that Globex point of control right there, the 4204 half, and then back down here to 4200 to the low from yesterday. You're just looking, when you're looking at the DOM here, right, as we come back down, you're seeing these big bids come in here, right? We saw like 400, 500, 100 surrounding it, and it kind of runs it over, right? And then we come down a little bit more, you see another 500 and 200 here. And they're, so when you start seeing these rather large bids come in, you want to see upticks, right? Especially on a pullback like that. If you're not seeing those upticks, that's kind of telling you that someone's maybe moving down and passively absorbing, right? So we saw an offer come in, right, move down, bunch of buyers like, oh, that missed it from buying lower, start smashing it. Oh, I'm buying it, buying it, buying it. But a seller's just sitting here absorbing, and then you see an aggressive seller get below them, right? And then we get a little smack down. And then the same thing happened here, right? You get this selling, these buyers trying to step in, an aggressive seller pushes through and then moves the market lower. No place for the bot today. That 98 level is going to be key. That's where that big seller came in. Back below the open now. Little offer trying to move down on the 96 there. I mean, you've got the NASDAQ, Apple, Microsoft, everything looking fairly strong as far as like big tech goes here. Offer trying to come in 97, 98 again. When we see these weak spots here in the profile, right, and then we can understand like, that second shove down didn't break the Globex low, so there's a little bit of weakness in supply that we can just kind of assume here. And then we see these weak spots here in the profile, right? We're kind of assuming that maybe here, especially since we're above the open, and with tech just being so strong, that unless tech starts to roll over, as we keep a close eye on tech getting rolled over, anytime we dip below some of these weak spots, we just look over at the DOM for a bid to show up, or for some selling pressure to not be able to downtick, and we can kind of buy in right there, looking for that retest of the upper distribution, right? So like, I mean, this might have been more of a scalp here, but if we trade back here down below the open, so now we're looking to see if shorts are going to cover. You see decent size offers coming in here. You're seeing the bid, and then these offers get upticked here. And this is the third time that they've kind of shoved this thing back down below the open. So we can kind of expect, if they can't break this Globex low, then the rally or the short covering probably be a little bit bigger than last time. Last time we came up about 98.5, and that was all she wrote. Starting to see tech give up here. See the weighted AD flipping red, ticks holding below 0. Breath is starting to increase to the downside again. But pay attention to the order flow, right? Because these are all, besides the tick, all of these indicators are lagging. See a bid step up here. And you saw an offer get trapped here. We didn't break the Globex low. We're back above the open. You're seeing a bid step up. Let's see if it can hold. The bid trying to buy right below the open here at 50. And an offer meeting the demand. Offer wins out there. See if they re-offer the open. Those mechanical sellers stuck again. Two sets of stuck sellers here below the open. Bid still strong. stuck again below the open. Okay. I'll be right back. Sorry, guys, had to go help my wife real quick. She's over here trying to do stuff that she's not supposed to be doing. Doctor said she's not supposed to lift over 10 pounds for like 2 weeks after the surgery, and she's over here trying to move mountains and shit. Getting pretty heavy down here. You see the Globex, the point of control move lower here. It's basically sitting right at the open. That makes me feel like these mechanical sellers are just like absorbing below the open and trying to sell the open. Jolt is out in 2 minutes, guys, so be careful. I have an alert on my computer that goes off every day at 10 o'clock because there's always some shit going down at 10 o'clock. You kind of see like the momentum here, right? You got that big seller here at 98. More volume comes in 96.75 here, and then you get a lot of selling here right at 95, right above the open. Trying to kind of pressure this thing lower, but you're just seeing like so far a little bit of just tapering here at the low. All bets are off here in about 1 minute. Apple just almost broke yesterday's high. Yep, it did. But the last impulse was 99 half, so we'll see in about 30 seconds, actually right now. What happens? B period comes down, breaks the Globex low. A lot of trades here on the low. They're reoffering this level pretty decently, but you're not seeing like big size come out, but it's looking like liquidation's about to happen. Just saw some buyers get stuck here on like the 91 half. A little bit of volatility still. Nice little pop there. Basically right back to that 95, one tick above the open. Yeah, just be careful here. If they start getting below this 91 half more, I'm just feeling they might get a bit of a liquidation. US JOLTS job openings actual. So more jobs are open. Seller's going to want to hold this thing below 95. Back above 95 puts us back up to 98, I think. And then you see if that reoffer comes in up there. We pierced the low just barely. You've kind of got an unfinished auction at the low, but it was a real quick tap and then a pop right back up. See an offer come back in right here below the open, but let's see if they can actually get it. Doesn't look like. And a weak selling here, which would indicate the economy's growing. Yeah, yeah. It's like it's a tricky situation here too because um, a lot of the stuff that Pal's talking about is basically saying that, well, like a lot of things that he said is that um, prices dictate wages. So a lot of these job openings are open and they're growing because not because people don't want to. Well, people don't want to work. Let's be honest, right? People are fucking lazy. Um, did you guys see that double offer right there? So there was like an offer on that 93 quarter, and then there was a bid on the 91. Where did it get filled out? It was like 91 half, about the same size. Maybe someone's trying to hold this thing down to buy it. This is a tough one here. But yeah, it's like a lot of it's not that, well, like I said, a lot of people I think don't want to work, but also a lot of people don't want to work for cheap because it's just not worth it, right? Because in order to work, right, a lot of people have to need childcare, and childcare is so expensive that in order to work, it's almost not worth it to have like a double income, like spouses working, both working if you have to pay for childcare because childcare is so expensive, and then the limitations of childcare as well. So a lot of these job openings are not coming up to meet the demand of actual needed wages in order to kind of join the labor force. And we kind of continuously see this labor force grow, or this job openings grow because people aren't able to work or unwilling to work because wages are not meeting price, right? The price of things is still increasing, but the wages are um, relatively similar. You know what I mean? Like they're not they're not meeting the demand, which is unfortunate when you see companies posting billion-dollar profits per quarter, but they can't afford to pay some of their starting employees a living wage. Greed. We're breaking a trend line here. Just a few single prints left down here below. I was reading a study yesterday about how, like, can money buy happiness? A lot of people think money can buy happiness. Um, but really happiness is only going to be coming from within. And if you're not content or happy with your current situation, adding money to it is not necessarily going to make it better. Even though a lot of people kind of see it that way, they think, oh, well, my only problems here are caused by money. Um, a lot of times that's actually just not the case. Did I see the report that an all-time low of people willing to relocate for a job? Yeah, and I also saw a report saying that a lot of people are, because of COVID, they were able to do their job from home, and they're like, well, why the fuck can I continue to do this job from home if I was still performing at the same level that I was while doing it on site? It just makes sense. And it makes sense, I think, from an employer standpoint, too. You think about less people in the office, you're going to have less electricity bills, you're going to have less space needed for people that are actually in the office, right? Because some people are going to want to come into the office, right? I understand that. I work from home and sometimes it's tough, especially during summer with the kids home. They're like, Dad, I need this, Dad, I need that. And I'm trying to sit here and focus on these numbers. It becomes a little bit difficult sometimes. Um, but other people, they don't want to go into the office. They'd rather just be staying at home. And I mean, it makes sense from both sides, but a lot of employers, like there's a strike today going on from about 2,000 Amazon employees that are going to be leaving the office or moving out of the office to basically show that they should be able to stay remote. Go ahead and delete this. Single prints are filled with one more tick here, guys. And it's like 2,000 employees in Seattle are going to be doing a demonstration about that, um, because they are able to do it from home. And like I said, like, it's crazy. Like, I'm from the Bay Area where people will drive, 60 miles max, let's say, from the East Bay where I'm from to the Bay Area, not because they they want to, but because they need to in order to afford the housing, right? Or to afford just the living. And so you're spending, you know, on average, probably 90 minutes of time commuting to a job. And, that's time that you're not getting paid for, but that's dedicated work time because you're doing it for work. So A lot of people are just over that. They're like, well, I can do the job from home. Why why do I have to do it? But I mean that all goes back to the cost of living, or the cost of goods and services is not meeting the real wages that are needed in order to provide just a livable income. You know what I mean? You're getting a lot of people living multifamily homes just to kind of pay for rent. And I mean, especially when you start to get towards some of those major cities, like San Francisco, LA, New York City, Chicago. Well, I just don't think anyone ever thought about it before. But now a lot of workers are forcing, they're like, that's what's going on with Amazon, is they're forcing a minimum 3-day in-person work week, which I mean, I'd take 3 days at the office and 2 days out of the. I mean, 3 days at the office not too bad. You get to work the other two from home. That's not a bad deal to me. Um, and I've heard Amazon pays well, and they just they just treat their employees like shit. But I heard they do pay well. And I can't imagine working for someone that treats their employees worse than working in the army. So, because it's so the army. I mean, I love the army, and you just don't make. You're not going to get rich being in the army, and you're going to lose a lot of your time in the army. But if you also do get a lot of free time, even though people think you don't. It's just that nobody really makes anything of their free time because a lot of times they're exhausted from work, and really all they want to do is just go blow off some steam. Um, and then there's a lot of politicking in the army, even at the lower levels. So it becomes quite frustrating sometimes if you're on the wrong side of politics. You all know how that can go. So you get a lot of emotional damage. Oh, I think I finally figured out what's wrong with my stomach. Is I think that I may have hyponatremia because I sweat a lot, and then I get like a sick stomach. And I was been like, trying to figure out with my doctors and everything last night, and then finally came to the conclusion, you know what, I think that's what I have. I have to talk to my doctor about that. But pretty much the solution is just drink a Gatorade. So, or eat salt tablets. So we did end up getting that push lower here, right? We were talking. It's looking like it's getting a little bit heavy. Now we want to see if we get acceptance here below these single prints, or just kind of pay attention and let this move continue, and just continue to see if these offers are going to keep coming in. You got the liquidation. You can see the liquidation based off the thin spots on the profile, where I assume liquidation comes in. Yeah, Jay, and a lot of companies are not paying for that. They're not paying for the gas. They're not paying for the mileage. So you're not getting that back. That's just you put that in order to work the job. I know my mom, when she was living in the East Bay, she recently moved out finally, but um, she was only driving about 30 miles, but it was taking sometimes upwards of uh, close to 90 minutes. And so not only are you, you know, like just having to sit and like to drive that far or spend that much time in the car, but it's also in stop and go traffic too. So it's just like anyone that's been in stop and go traffic is it's the fucking worst. I'd rather drive farther or have to drive farther and just be able to cruise the whole time than have to sit and stop and go traffic, to be honest. And then when you're in the Bay Area too, if you're in stop and go traffic, you're pumping your AC, so there's another piece of your car that's working as well. You can't really have your windows down because you're not moving, so you're not going to be getting any air coming through, and you just be frying. See a little bit of a bid stepped up on 84 there. Let's 84 here to see if we or 85, excuse me, my bad, 85. See if this 85 rebids. You see it rebid there. Maybe a buyer down here. How's crypto doing, Kevin? I didn't get a chance to check on it this morning. Dumping. They're supposed to meet today. Let me see if I can, or maybe it's today's Wednesday. Yeah, it's supposed to be today. Let me see if I can find the timing for it, or if anybody knows it, let us know. It's the first search on Google. When's the debt ceiling? 30 minutes ago. NBC. You still got Apple, Google, Meta, Microsoft, all green from the open. Tesla's puking them up a little bit. Says the House plans to vote on the debt ceiling deal around 8:30 p.m. Eastern time. That came out 3 hours ago. So not till later tonight. Tonight. Thanks, Jay. Yeah, this evening. And then the floor debate is today, Jay said. Yeah. Oh. Yeah, it'll be interesting for sure to see what the prognosis is. It's crazy to me that they can't like that. Like you wonder why there's division in the United States right? Or at least there's a broadcast of division in the United States between the people. Well, it's because our representatives can't. There's only how many of them? They can't even fucking get together and agree on something. It's just insane. So it's like, why should I be easy if my representative's not being easy? So I'm gonna be a pain in the ass. It's like my representative. It's chaos. Crazy world that we live in. If this thing pops up to 85 here, look to see if they reoffer it, and that could be a spot to get that continuation. Remember, we're looking for 4170 on the downside today. And then below 4165, if we do pierce that 70 and get below 4165, we could see an acceleration of liquidation, right? As we start to get down into these old single prints from that last Tuesday, or this kind of weak spot on the profile from last Tuesday. If we blow this up a little bit just to kind of see how this distribution is kind of playing out here, where we talked about this weak spot here, we got unable to hold it really, kind of got sold off from it. The next weak spot here is really that 65. I mean, there's a little bit here kind of where we're at now, but 65 is kind of that weak spot. So below that, we start to get acceptance into this lower distribution. And if we look down a little bit, right, that POC is down there near that 50-day moving average, 41.45, 41.40, 50 days at 32. At least on Sierra charts, on my chart, yeah, 34. So it's about the same. How you feeling about today, Thomas? I know yesterday you said you weren't really feeling it, or weren't really seeing it. What are you feeling about today? Liquidation continues, and we didn't quite get up there to that 85 to get in on this. I'm just sitting. The Fed rate hike spike 41.68. We did that. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I have my level listed at 73, J, but 68, 73. I mean, pretty much the same. So I like that level. 68, 73 might be a decent level to find some buyers at. We're starting to get into the look of a trend day here. I mean, we'll get some more information here in about 3 minutes when C period opens up. We open up with a decent amount of single prints, so we should get some opportunity from there. See the tick just pretty much being held below zero here. The breadth on the NYSE pretty negative. Starting to see both over the 1,000 market. Nasdaq picking up some steam on the downside now. Microsoft has gone negative. It looks like only Apple, Google, and Meta are the only green out of the top guys. As long as they're below 4,200, I think we're going down. Yeah, I agree with that. Gold is coming down pretty hard as well. It's almost down to yesterday's low of selling. C period opens up. Where was that vol trigger at? Oh, 83. Hmm. And our zero gamma was 55. Evan, did you get that full screen to work? Decent sized bids keep trying to step up here on the 79. We just haven't got any headway at all. We've got this poor low here. Good odds we probably take that bad boy out. Kind of had our first pullback up there. That was like 81. Opportunity to get short. I got short 79.5. Definitely have some stuck shorts on the low here too. You look at the volume profile on the right and see just like 1700, 1000, 5, 5, 2. So you have some aggressive selling coming in at the low. Those that fixed it. Decent size selling too. Bid tries to step up 76 there and gets down ticked. That time it gets up ticked. Bid steps up behind it, 76 half. Recovering back to 79. We're in a similar situation as yesterday, a little bit wider range today, where we had C period pierce the B low, unable to find supply underneath of that B low. This is what happened yesterday. I'm talking, and we got a reversion to the mean. Now, the difference between yesterday and today, right? Although we did have, the negative weighted AD, we had mostly negative sectors. Today we have pretty, you know, well controlled negative tick, and then also the breadth is a lot more negative than it was yesterday. And so these are things that we want to factor in when kind of looking for, some of these things. Like yesterday, we were looking for that reversion to mean, whereas today, I don't think it's not that it's impossible, right? Nothing's impossible, but today, I think you're better off looking to sell the rally, um, before it gets back to the mean, which would be like 94. Halfback is like 89. I think there's some opportunities to offer up before then, uh, to continue to the downside here. Yeah, that previous month's value area high. Yep. Yeah, like the next levels that I have marked are the 73 level. That's like right here, 73.70, and then below that's like 40.37. Then below that it's like 40.94. 40.11, 41.11. Yeah. Yeah, if we go past 41.40. Yeah, if we get back under 41.40, I think we probably end up testing that. Um, that 11 level is probably a good level. I was gonna say 96, 40.96, 40.94, but that 11 level definitely has been a respected level for sure. Yeah, that area below all this balance here, this area right here. You've got the 100-day down there as well. A lot of volume coming in down here. Somehow Apple's still green here, up about 0.26. Meta's up about 1%. Even Google's still green. So really, tech just kind of holding the market up big time here. Little increase on the VIX, up about 1%, up 5% from yesterday, but 1% since the open. Sitting at 18.23 right now. I'll be back, guys. So watch this 84, 85 area. Kind of where the last offer was at. You can see like 84, 85. Decent offer came in 86. Now just move your stop down to 83 and let it ride. Ordered that 84. That worked out perfect. $83.70. Sorry, I got filled up. Move your stop to 80.50 here. Lock in 4 points. Close to 4 points. Not financial advice. You see at the top of the screen. Hasn't traded us out yet. So not too bad. Waited for the nice little rally. Sold it down. Nice little move there. Couple of points. T periods open. Crazy that we're down so much. We're starting to get the looks of a B-shaped profile, right? We got a liquidation, single prints above, right, indicating liquidation. And we're starting to kind of round out this B shape. We've got excess here down on the C period, and we've got tech green, healthcare green, consumer discretionary or communications green, excuse me. So we're getting a little bit of signs of life here, you know, compared to yesterday. Even though the breadth is a bit more negative, um, we do have financials, consumer discretionary, and industrials, right, all over 1% negative. But if we add these together, you've got 13, 9, 8, so we'll call it 22. Really is not even as big as tech. And then you've got healthcare that's 14. So these top two sectors could easily carry or hold the market up. The key really is just going to be to pay attention to these two sectors. Apple being a big contributor today, obviously up 0.62. Google's still just basically sitting flat 0.26, and Meta's actually been on the increase today. It's now up about 1.25. Netflix is just flirting with going green right here. Oh, excuse me. He's dead. We're still seeing some more selling coming on down here. You see the point of control shifting down, volume definitely shifting down. It'll be key here if they can continue to move price lower, right? A lot of times you get a lot of selling in an area, but price doesn't move lower. That typically gives you that reversion or that kind of test of an upper bound. We're still one time framing lower here, so we haven't seen any significant change really as far as that goes. The breadth is still increasing here a little bit. The tick still hanging out below zero. We did get some peaks above. We're about to get another peak above. We did see tech just turn red as well, even though healthcare is still holding on to the green. Weighted ADs making a low. So all signs still are supporting the downside so far. Oh no, Thomas, I'm not in a position right now. I was just outside watching some nature. We do have a Fed speaker coming up here in about 30 minutes, 40 minutes. We've got this B-shaped profile with a 45-degree angle starting to form on the low. Hmm? Yeah. Yeah, that rotation in J. Yeah, I can see that as well. Okay. We need creamer too, and dryer sheets. Yeah, probably. Got the break. I'm breathe now. All right. If our buyers get a chance here, they need to get this thing back up above 80. You can see there's some orders kind of stacked on 80, just trying to kind of hold it below. I mean, so far, for like, it really does just look like we get liquidation here. We've got some good single prints here above, and then we're getting this B shape. So really indication of liquidation, and then we've got a 45-degree angle forming off the low. So we'll want to continue to monitor that trend line here, this 45-degree trend line, which we can add to the one chart here. And if this kind of continues to hold or continues to form, that would be start to kind of increase the odds that it was just pure liquidation, and then the movement back into these single prints at some point would be kind of the next step. And this is really the first time today, well, since the breakdown really, that we're actually starting to see some. We've had one bar close above the 50, but now you're actually starting to see some bar closes above the 50, which indicates that the downtrend is kind of flattening out, at least temporarily. Not that we should just abandon our short bias right now, right? I still think that's probably the better bias, but we just need to be aware that there could be a pull back to the upside, to test the selling, right? To test, because you figure on a liquidation, you get a bunch of momentum selling that piles in and tries to force the market lower and lower. And if they can't, right, or even if there is like kind of a retest of let's say 86 here, that B half back, you look to see if there's a reoffer up there. So you get the cessation of one time framing, we get the 45-degree angle. Doesn't necessarily mean we can't come back down, and good odds that we will come back down, just to double test the buyers and see, hey, are you guys really about that life, or is this just momentum shorts just continue to cover right at the low. Definitely tempo slowed down big time, and you know, from about 10 o'clock till now, 10:30 till now, D period, and D and E basically all kind of trading sideways for the most part, sideways to lower. Yeah, yeah, that's what I was just saying. It's looking like a B. But yeah, you're on the right track. Yeah, it definitely looks like a liquidation here, and then a B shape with a 45-degree angle kind of forming off the low. So we're getting our, I mean, it's one tick here, so we're getting kind of our first little baby cessation of one time framing here. We'll look to see if they kind of re-offer this D high. Um, you're seeing a little bit of an offer there, 82 quarter, but nothing really too crazy. Um, there you go. There's a little offer. A lot of selling coming in on this 81. You see that 700 lots. Well, it just disappeared now because it upticked, but they kind of got stuck there. A decent selling on the 81. That's where these sellers want to keep it below that. Really below 81.75. That's kind of the weak spot on the profile. Ledge starting to form there. Please, a lot. There's a lot to learn in futures as opposed to forex. Um, it's just different. I mean, it's very similar. The trading is very similar. Um, it's I would say a little bit easier as far as execution wise, which may actually be kind of detrimental, but um, just because you're not having to deal with pips and leverage, right? It's already pre-leveraged for you, right? So you don't have to worry about anything like that. And then the price action is very similar. There's a lot more liquidity in futures, especially like E-minis or Dow futures, the YM. Um, I mean, it's very similar. Just depends on your style, really, your trading style. Little divergence here. We got Apple up 0.89, 0.9 actually. Meta's come back a little bit, only up 1%. Netflix up 0.6 now. Yeah, no problem. And I recommend if you want to if you want to learn, just tune in or jump in the Discord and ask some questions. We got a great community of people that are all willing to help out. So okay. Yeah, like a National Geographic show.
I know.
Love you too. Less people are unemployed because everyone's dying. Yeah, ice cold, Thomas. Yeah, M Brown. If you're not in the Discord, let me know. I'll post a link for you. The only thing that we ask is that you be positive and respectful. We don't tolerate any, hate or any like just riffraff. Really, we're not about it. Everyone's at a different path in their journey to become a successful trader, and so we don't need anyone kind of, you know, measuring themselves against anyone else. Remember, in trading, especially, you're really only competing against yourself, right? And the whole goal here is just to improve upon yourself. Can you be better than you were yesterday? Even after a bad day, too, right? Let's say you have a bad day. Remember, like, okay, you have a bad day. Tomorrow, it's not like, okay, I need to be double as good as I was bad yesterday. It's just you just need to perform better than the previous day. Yeah, I'm kind of looking for us to trade up to that 86-ish area and see if some offers come in up there. See if we get some more liquidation from. Yeah, we got Harker at 12:30. All right, Thomas, catch you later. Coming right into that trend here. Yeah, the Discord link below doesn't work on purpose, Jake, because we try to like keep out like bots and stuff like that. You know what I mean? Yeah, I'm in a short from 82 half. Yeah, just the one lot though, because I was gonna basically flush it if it popped up higher. Try to get filled higher at like 85. I'll probably close it if we get back above 80. Yeah. Yeah, I flattened it out. Close it 80.50. Yeah, you might get the chance to let 85 here. Market might try to gas up to 89 as well too, so be a little bit careful. 8 maybe. All right, I'll catch you later, bro. Yeah, I'm still looking for a short. A couple of times now. Um, we might get a little pop. And I like 84 to 89 really. It's like, yeah, I can hear you. Oh yeah. And XLK basically right back at its open here. That's the tech sector. Nvidia's down quite a bit today. Uh, $8. It just kissed the $1 trillion mark yesterday. On the trillion club. Yeah, so like Apple, Meta, Google, Amazon, Nvidia, and Tesla. No problem, Jay. Looks like you're getting some stuck shorts here, like around the 80, 80 half. back underneath this 80, and you're starting to see more offers come in. They're trying to push this thing back lower here. It looks like. Nvidia's making a lower low here. So is Microsoft. XLK turned back down a little bit as well. Healthcare continuing higher here too, so a little push pull here. We saw this exact same thing yesterday too. We had moved lower here, right? And this was before D period this happened. With the profile, we saw all the volume. You can see here as I break it down, we saw all the volume kind of form in one spot before making that lower low, right? And then obviously traded a little bit lower. Um, and that's kind of what we're seeing here a little bit later in the session now. But you see up here, we don't have any more white volume point of control, and most of the volume has firmly shifted lower now. Still the B shape with that 45-degree angle forming here, so still something to pay attention for. Yeah, speaker's gonna be on here in 4 minutes. Parker. Today's the last day of the month as well, so be interesting to see how the end of the day goes, right? If we get a nice run up at the end of the day since it's the last day of the month. Yeah, it does. It's getting tight. Ranges are getting smaller and smaller too. You're starting to see the tick hold above zero here pretty steadily. Still holding that kind of 45-degree angle there too. See, we get this high tick here. Oops, you see, we get this high tick here, almost 1,000, but we're not making a new high there. So a little bit of divergence there in the tick. A lot of buying strength comes in, but yet the market doesn't necessarily move any higher off of it. Right, exactly, doped. Yeah, you just got to be careful. Something like that, right? If the shorts are taking profit, then that can spark, yeah, new buying. So now we get that short covering. You look to see if new buyers are going to be stepping up here. It's just 84 half level. Nice reoffer came in there. Another little offer trying to come in down here. Probably put our stop at 81.75 again. Me too. Patience gets you paid on this trade, right? I've been waiting for that 85 pretty much all fucking day. Nice. Move our stop down here to 80. Take some profit off too at the 77. Mechanical low too, people buying that initial balance low there. Look to see if there's an offer able to get underneath of the 76. See this 76 half here on the DOM, right? And 75. That's why we're taking profit at 77 there, because you get this big sell order down here and the market ticks up 2 points right away. So that's kind of telling us that there's some buyers still lurking right here at that initial balance low. Even though it may be mechanical, they're still holding it for now. And took the rest off at 80 right there. So now, oh, So they still pretty much hold that 45-degree angle there, a little peak below, but still kind of holding that 45-degree here. Get some little bids trying to step up here. What are you looking for, Doge? Or to the teapot? I figured you were short right off that top. High reward, low risk trade, right? Hello? I'm doing well. How are you? I was looking for a mini split install. I live in North Scranton. Yes, sir. It's 228 White Birch Drive. Didn't realize. Oops. Yeah, I can. I'll have to delete the video off of YouTube. Okay. See if we're gonna close these single prints or not. Yeah, we're back inside these single prints here. Yeah. Seeing some buyers trying to step up here on this 89 quarter. Offers coming in below there. Getting kind of stuck though. Yeah. Yeah, most likely. Yeah. Kind of like just tempting them like, hey, if you guys want it, come and get it. If not, off. And especially we got these grad prints here now. Were you saying starting to get what? Yeah. Yeah, well, so like I just have to I have to change out my breaker box because there's no extra slots, and that's not something I really know how to do. So it's just going to become easier just to pay somebody to do it instead of me trying to install it and then have to get an electrician out. I wouldn't. I mean, I know how to not get electrocuted, but yeah, yeah, better not to take the risk or like I put the new box on, fries the fucking house. Yeah. And then I'm on a bigger problem there. Exactly. Yeah, it'll probably be like I'm thinking like it'll be like 3 grand or something. Yeah, yeah, like with the units and the labor, probably like around 3 grand. Yeah, they should be able to knock them out in a day. The ductless ones. Yep. Yeah, exactly. And I could probably, I mean, I definitely could do it myself if I didn't have to replace the box. But once they replace the box, like I'm just gonna have the one installed, and then if I need another one, I'll do the second one myself. Um, because then I'll have the extra slots. Well, just That's what I'll have to work out with this guy. I really just need one. That's it. I just want to put one like basically like in my dining room, and that will cool like the dining room, the kitchen, and the living room because we have like an open concept house, and then I have one in the back rooms anyways. So mm, that's probably what I'll do then. That's a good idea. Right. Right. Exactly. Yeah, because I won't even need it all the time. Only when it starts. Really, the only reason I want it is because when it gets humid. Because the one I have now works good. It's just once it gets humid, it's gonna be shit. Yeah. Luckily, down in my office, because it's like the basically like about like chest level is underground. From about chest level down is underground. So it's like because it's not a technical basement, but it's a downstairs and it's like kind of basement like, so it stays real cool down here. But upstairs it gets fucking gets warm up there. Like it's like yeah, it's fucking miserable. Little liquidity grab right there, and then it popped right back up. Exactly. Nurse at the school, I swear, is a fucking bitch. God damn, I'm gonna smack that shit out. She just called me and she's like, I just want to let you know Curtis is all out of snacks. And I was like, okay. She's like, meaning he just drank his last juice. I'm like, don't catch an attitude with me. Like, the fuck? Like, maybe you should have told me you were getting low, and then I would have known to bring some more in today. Fucking call me when they're already out. That's a mistake on your part. You're supposed to be the nurse. People are just rude as fuck for no reason. It pisses me off. I mean, it really just they're probably trying to trade back to the open and see. That's basically where all the liquidity came in. And then we had that offer come in strong up here around the right? Kind of ran into a little bit of trouble there, but real offer came in around that 500 lot still sitting there. So maybe that's probably where it wants to go. Yep, straight through, just like you said. Yeah, and then we had like that like right here we had that little box I period came down, literally just popped through it, and then shot shot right up. Ed Harker just said, "I'm in the camp coming into this meeting that we can skip a meeting." So basically saying that we may not do a rate hike at the next meeting. And it is the last day of the month. So finishing above 4,200. We're even seeing a weighted AD flip positive. And look at Tech. Tech just came on the. What's NASDAQ doing? Yeah, NASDAQ's on the rampage. Dow's on the rampage. Maybe we need to do a class on that. Maybe we can do a class on that, like a yeah, like a trailing class or something. Yeah. Hmm. I mean, do you guys get pretty busy during the summertime? More work? Right. Right. A rampage sets in. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, that's why I don't, my dad trades overnight a lot of times, and I'm like, fuck no, I'd be like, fuck it. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, he's trading like 50 MES contracts total through the four accounts at a time. It's good though. But he's not afraid to take a loss. Like, yeah. Yeah, that's that bias. That bias gets you. Like, you know what? This thing's fucking going down, and then it doesn't go down. You're like, no, 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 now it is. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, and that's really like important when it comes to kind of figuring out what type of trader you are too. Like, if you're going to trade structure and structure specifically, well, you get into the trade based off of structure, and then you use the order flow to kind of find your entry. Well, you've got to manage that trade with structure as well. So because if you trail, typically, like if you trail on the dom, you're going to be tighter trailing than you are structure based. So right. I don't know. Did you see that big order that came in 92 quarter, and then there was a like 1,000 lots sitting on the 92 half, but when it zipped down right there, it didn't fill. Just kind of flashed and then went away. Look for the 88 here. You might be just getting profit takers like coming down right here. Yeah. How much time is left? And then you've got the beige book here in 15 minutes as well, so could spook out some longs. It's like the Fed's it's like the Fed's balance sheet. Like like their quantitative easing or quantitative tightening. It's kind of like what they've got on the balance. So like it gives you kind of an idea of which way they're leaning as far as are they gonna be is the printer on or off kind of. Yeah. Or is the printer on fucking overdrive, or is it just, it's on if it needs to be on, but we're not using it. The best thing to do that I've found exactly is is like just watch Ilya on days like this. Like anytime any good information comes out, Ilya does his show. Just watch his show. It's like 30 minutes of your life. He's a fucking Rain Man when it comes to that shit. Yeah, he tells you exactly what's going on. Yeah, exactly. I just know, yeah, I won't. It just won't happen. But I can easily power through 45 minutes listening to Ilya. Like. Yeah. Well, it's like he gets excited about that kind of shit. Like I get excited about like profile shit. Like that's his jam. And I mean, like he really doesn't like you never hear him talk his book. Like he literally just gives you facts. He doesn't try to tell you like, oh, this is gonna happen or this is gonna happen. He tells you, okay, this is what is happening. I mean, he's just, oh yeah, they should be coming to London in this month, right? Yeah. Annetta was just over there in London. You missed her. I think she was just on vacation though. I don't know if she was over there like for Tasty. Yeah, I always listen to the morning show. Yeah. Well, like typically I'll leave the house at 8 to take the kids to school, and that's when it starts. So I just put it on and then listen to it while I take the kids to school, and then when I get back, I just listen to it if it's still going on while I make my plan. Yeah. It doesn't really give you like any futures information. Yeah. Yeah, it's just nice to hear kind of what they're thinking about certain things, and then it gives you like I like the news around the market because like yesterday they talked about how ChatGPT gave like bad information to some lawyer, And then we saw Microsoft kind of basically lead the market lower yesterday. Um, and I mean, to me, that was kind of like making sense. Yep. Even though, like, I mean, Tom is definitely he has like his biases, and he sticks to where he sticks to, but um, it's still, I mean, it's still good information. I mean, you've got guys; these guys have been able to transition from on floor trading to off floor trading. You know, that's not a skill that everyone can accomplish. And so for these guys, been able to do it for so long, it's a pretty, you know, pretty. I mean, it's impressive for sure, but like as far as like trustworthy goes, as far as people go on the internet, you know, that's pretty credible to me because there's not a lot of people that can do that. There's a lot of people come off the floor. Yeah, yeah, it's real, exactly. And they're both older too, so they say, yeah, pretty much whatever the fuck they want. Yeah, they were talking about going golfing this weekend, and they like yeah, there's 12 of us going. He's like, by the end of it, he's like, I guarantee you at least 50 Gatorades get bought. And he's always busting Vanetta too, like in the mornings. He's like, he's talking about like combustion engines. He's like, what's that? Because he drives a fucking Tesla. Yeah, I'll probably end up going to their new building at some point because my buddy lives down in Chicago. He's a police officer down there, so I'll probably go down there, visit him, and then go see the new Tasty Trade building while I'm there. Yeah. The thing about futures though is that it's such higher risk compared to the way that they trade. The only thing is like with the way that they trade, it's a low risk trading, but you need more capital to trade like they do. Yeah. Tom got absolutely smacked on Nvidia though. He took the wrong side. No, he runs spreads, but his like he sells calls and puts most times. Like they're volatility traders. So they look for something with the high IV, then they sell the opposite sides of it, and then you know look for it to mean revert. That's how most old people trade is mean reversion. Jim Dalton's the same way, and he just wasn't wide enough on Nvidia because the estimated move on Nvidia I think was like $50, and it moved double that. And so I mean, it was after hours, so you can't he couldn't trade his way out of it. Yeah, so he was fucked. I mean, he's actually done pretty well this year so far. I mean, I'm sure he does well every year, but I've been tracking his trades all year, and he's been doing pretty good. They share pretty much all of their trades too. All of the Tasty Trade guys. At the time, I'm pretty sure like it shows them like if you get the Tasty Trade app and you click on the trades, like it all the trades come through, and then it says like BTO or BTC, like it shows pretty much all of them. There's a lot of them. So I mean, there's a lot of them because they're all there's like probably 20 employees that are trade or 20 traders that work for them. All right, let me go help my wife bring in these groceries real quick. I'll be right back. So now we get some single prints here. I think it's important today for the market really to kind of close above 4,200 if it's going to um, try to stay bullish. I don't know why this thing has to fucking. Did Harker said something about love you too. That he's basically he's saying that he wouldn't mind skipping a meeting, or he feels like they could skip a meeting, meaning me, the way that I interpret that is like him saying that they don't need to raise the rates at the next meeting, even though it's kind of pricing in a 25 basis point rate hike. And I think for the most part, you just got short covering on the way up, right? We really haven't seen a ton of buying here. You are getting a little bit of volume there on the open, but it more or less looks like a reoffer from the open, just above the open, just below the open than anything. You did have some temporarily trapped shorts that shorted around that H high level, and then the I kind of swooshed down, got them all, and there was a buyer sitting at like 85, 6, and just kind of shot them back up. We got that B-shaped profile. We still have that 45-degree angle off the low, and now we're kind of looking for acceptance in this upper distribution now. Not as big of a turnaround um, in tech as like healthcare, right? Healthcare is above yesterday's value. What was a key sign today too that like the possible reversal was coming was that Apple really never went negative. Neither did Meta. Um, and neither did Google. Now you got 400 lots sitting up at the 4,200 there. Um, I don't know. I kind of think that we test that 4,200 again. I don't know if we revert back down. Um, kind of like Tommy was saying, like every time that we've gotten through this 90-ish area, we've just kind of zipped through it. And we zipped through it on the way down, zipped through it on the way up, and it's happened a couple of times um, previously as well. And I mean, if the market finds acceptance above 4,200, I mean, I'd really like to see the market find acceptance above 4,205, and then 4,215 would be like the next target, I guess. But um, 4,200 obviously comes before 4,205. But I'd like to see it get above 4,205 first. Did the YouTube die? No, it says it's still working. That it matters. I'm gonna have to delete. Yeah. And then I mean, realistically, if we can close above that 4200, we should be maybe showing that acceptance overnight. I don't know. I feel like they might have, you know, opportunity here to kind of get above that uh 15. And really like, sorry, go ahead. I'm thinking like if this, especially as we get closer to 3 o'clock, um if the market stays above this high from Tuesday, which is like 4198 half, but we'll just call it 4200. I think there's better odds of short covering from this day, especially with tonight being that decision on the debt ceiling. Um, I could see not a lot of people wanting to go home short with, with that for the most part coming, saying that it's coming out. What wouldn't be surprising to me is if it gets stopped in the House, um, by the Democrats. That would just fucking, uh, that would just make sense. You know what I mean? Like, oh, you guys can't even agree with each other. So, and then the market pukes from there, right? Because if there's any sign of that thing not passing, it'll be like that North Korean missile that took off yesterday, fucking right in the ocean. They're trying to launch a satellite, fucking crash into the ocean. Like, no, no, no. Space is the other way. Yeah, supposedly. Hello? Hello? I do? No? I'll be back, guys. My wife needs a car seat for. She's picking up our niece and she forgot it. I'll be back. I'm back. Yeah. The one time I leave and the market doesn't fucking move. Yeah, typically. Thomas, the vote is at like 8:30 tonight Eastern. Yeah. Oh yeah, I haven't. Yeah. Well, he's starting that business with his buddy. He said so. Out there grinding crypto for cash. Yeah. Yeah, it looks like people are front running yesterday's low. No, selling. Yeah, see like yeah. You see like a little ledge kind of forming right here. 98. Yeah, seems like it. Yeah, all the indexes are basically right there. Yep. See if we can pop this 98 this time. That's where that last offer came in, 98. So, oops, a 98 should be okay. What's interesting here is the Dow and the Nasdaq are both inside yesterday's range. 4180, you looking for the short? Hmm. Oh, liquidation. Short to 4190, nice. Trying to pick up a little bit of tempo here. Pence is sent to launch a presidential campaign June 7th. Mike Pence? Is that who that is? I don't know if there's just another guy named Pence. So. Yeah, turning into a double distribution. Yeah, basically, buyers need to get above the 98 to get any upside, and then sellers need to get below 86 to get any downside. Jury duty? Mm-mm. Oh, I saw something like that. Yeah. Another failure to get back down there lower, huh? Still got that big offer sitting up there at 98, 400 lots. So that's basically the gatekeeper there. We're actually seeing the Nasdaq look weaker than the Dow, and that's because healthcare is doing so well here. Yeah, and sellers want to see this thing get below 86. Right, it's kind of the ledge in the lower distribution. So acceptance below the 86, decent odds it trades back to like 80 or something like that. But if it can't get below, then kind of ranging in this upper distribution. Not real great excess on the low either. 2 ticks, kind of a poor low. You don't see an offer right here. If this thing pops to 95, basically like right above the open, and you don't see an offer, kind of expect it to go back up to 98 where the volume's at. So kind of what I'm expecting at least. We're about 30 minutes away from the close, and we're above that. We're not above that high. Close to it though. That high is like 98 something. So that's where I think they're trying to hold it below is below this T2 high to prevent a margin call. Yeah. Seems that way. Got mechanical M high and mechanical M low. But if we get above that 98, I kind of expect even more short covering into the close. I mean, we could have ran into buying or just lack of supply down there, so the market came back up. We have a poor low, so it's just indicating to us like that today was most of the selling today was just liquidation, so old business getting taken care of, and then no continued selling down low kind of reverts the price back to where it was at, which is 94.75 the open. Go. We should see 98 now. Above 98, you see that 400 lots sitting up there. Above 98, I think it's kind of the level they need to keep it below, or else we're going to get margin calls into the close. All right, Thomas, we'll catch you later, man. 42.15. 42.15. 15. Yesterday's settle. Yeah, it was a B profile. Turned it into a double distribution, which happens often. Same thing with a P profile. Like basically, the rule of thumb is oftentimes like if you get a B shape or a P shape, right? That's indicating either short covering or liquidation. And then if the short covering in today's case, or in the liquidation in today's case, is met with buying or not met with new selling, then oftentimes you get that reversion and it turns into a double distribution day. Yeah. Yeah, my stop's at break even, 93. I don't have a take profit on. Yeah. I have a one all the way up at 15. Look for the short covered end of the close. It's a free trade though, so I don't know. Yeah, 15-minute mark here is pretty soon, and we're above this level here, so we should see continued short covering because just because of margin, I assume. Yeah, unable to hold it here. Yeah. Well, you probably just have a lot of longs that have gotten long today too, probably having to close out as well. So, and you would have had to reverse at some point because we still have, you've got a pretty big move off of the low. But if you would have shorted 4,200 and then waited and shorted 4,200 again, you would have been pretty decent. Excuse me. Yeah, it is. Yeah. Hey, how's it going? No worries, no worries. Um, well, I mean, it's basically like the thing that I look for strong selling is just continuation. Um, and so like today, for instance, we got we got a liquidation. We assumed it could have. I mean, we could have easily. We have excess on the high. You could call it strong selling. Um, we get this move lower, but it's on real light volume for the most part. On the way down, I mean, still really light volume. Even on the way back up, there wasn't a lot of volume traded in there. And so typically, if it's stronger selling, you'll get more. You'll get like more volume nodules on the way down. Um, but this is volume, yeah. Yeah, this is the volume profile. Yeah, so it goes pink and then red, white, and then blue. So red is like this. Pink is the point of control. Red is like the most volume besides the point of control. White is second, and then the blue is third. But if we break this, oh no, don't, yeah, and don't feel like even if you don't understand, like don't feel like you can't talk or ask questions. That's what this is. That's what this is for, right? So we can all grow together. But if we look like, oh, you have 8 dogs. Uh, that's a lot. Um, but so if we break down like the A and B period, right, where we really saw the move lower, we got a little bit lower, right? C, D, and E came down a little bit lower. Um, but if we're looking at this, right, we get most of the volume up here, and then as we come down, we get some selling. So we kind of assume that this really weak volume in here is just liquidation, right? So we assume maybe some strong selling up here causes a liquidation, because typically that's what causes a liquidation is strong selling below trapped buyers. And so, buyers kind of panic, they start to liquidate, and then what we're looking for is we're looking for continuation on the volume. So we got this lower volume came in, and then we got a continuation lower, got a little bit more volume. But as soon as we pretty much traded below that 82, volume pretty much died out. Right, there's some other volume that came in here, but not too much. And then if we put merge it from C, so then we see C period. And C period, right, continues to build volume lower, but at the low, we don't see any volume. So it's looking like these lower prices are shutting off supply or shutting off more selling at this point. And then we got pretty much the exact same thing here in D period. Separate here. D period was more of the same, right? Every time we got kind of below where all the volume was at, there was really no extra volume that came in. And then we ended up putting a poor low in E period. So if we get rid of here, we put that poor low in E period. We got a little bit of volume, but we're unable to sustain it. And then once we get back into value, that's really kind of where the tides had changed. And you got that momentum selling, but it just wasn't enough compared to people buying, or just, I mean, enough in general to move the market lower. And that's kind of what causes that poor low, is just a lack of supply, or someone or a buyer absorbing. It's really, whatever that saying is, like half a dozen or six the other half a dozen, whatever that saying is. It's impossible. Yeah, it's impossible to tell. Like there's no way to know for sure if if there's a buyer down here that's absorbing, um, or if a or if selling just basically shut off once people realized that the market wasn't moving lower. Um, some key things that can kind of indicate to us that we are getting a liquidation and not necessarily new money selling, because you got to think about liquidation is selling, right? And then we're trying to differentiate between new money selling. Typically, what will tip us off is the shape that the profile takes, and typically that's because this B shape is indication of liquidation, because if we were getting new money selling, we should get continuation. So when the with the liquidation, which is selling, but it's typically old business. So these people aren't necessarily adding to their short positions. They're really just getting out of a long position, if that makes sense. So they're selling, right? That's just kind of how it works, right? If you're a buyer, as soon as you buy, you become a seller, and as soon as you sell something, you become a buyer. So in this case, you have people that were buyers and then realized that the market wasn't really going to hang up at the high. So they decided, you know what? I need to get rid of this inventory. And so then they just started liquidating it. And that's what causes kind of these bigger moves like we saw today. Especially, it was about 10 handles of single prints for a decent part of the day until we filled it up later in the session. But if we get a nice 10-point move lower and then all of a sudden it just starts to kind of die out, we're wondering, okay, well, what happened to that seller? Right? So if this seller, if there was, let's say this was typically caused by a seller, we get a seller probably around that 98 where we expected, and then there was a decent seller this morning around 95. Um, if he sold here, which caused these guys to panic and liquidate, if he's going to continue to provide supply to the market, we should see him move down somewhere lower. And we just really didn't see that today. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, and like I said, like don't don't feel like you can't ask questions or shouldn't ask questions. That's kind of like the whole part of this. And it honestly, like, when you guys ask questions, it helps me, because then it makes me kind of like back up what I'm talking about. You know what I mean? It kind of reaffirms it. um that's why, like, I've always said, like, if anyone wants to like lead the session, I'm more than happy to sit back and just listen, because honestly, help teaching something is only going to make you better at it. And if you make mistakes, like, who cares? That's what we're all here to learn. So it doesn't really matter if you make mistakes. No one in this Discord is going to be like, oh, fucking, you're an idiot. They're not going to. That's not going to be a thing. So don't worry about that. Yeah. Yeah. Other than that, I think I'm going to go ahead and call it a day, and I will see you guys all tomorrow. Make sure you're managing risk and sticking to your trade plan, and have a good one.